Buckle in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Good afternoon. Have I got sound? Hold on. Video. Right. Okay. Should be able to hear me. Okay. So we've got to power through this. We've got 2 days to catch up on. So I want to power through the next. Five by five. Is it working? Can I get a 5x5? Mic. What's that? Yeah, should be back now. I've just switched my mic over. I'm gonna get 'cause my Shure mic is all set up attached to my computer, but I'm looking at getting another Shure mic and having a laptop set up. Have we got sound now? Yeah. Okay, cool. It just cut out. I didn't realize. I've switched it over to another. These lapel mics are really good, but obviously it's not something you want to rely on long term, but they're good for when I need them. So I'm not going to look at the only thing with these is I can walk about. Whereas with the, but then again, I wouldn't, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'll sort it out. I'm going to look at getting a Shure mic maybe and upgrading this laptop. I think I've got to rebuild the laptop. That's why I was a little bit late because I was trying to fix these. I can't search, you like your Windows search bar, it won't do anything. And I've tried all these fixes and they're not working. So I didn't have my laptop with me when I was with Lewis, so I didn't get time to ask him to look at it. So I will sort that. So we're going to power through. Let me get Kick open. I'm just going to have to wipe the laptop and start again, I think. Also, spreading the love. Oh, that's on the other channel. Resubscribed. for 7 months. Oh gosh, going into 7 months. Hold on. I need you all to do me a favor. We need a few people we need you to go onto Rumble on my live stream and just say hi. Like next month, if we like are struggling to get the numbers, I'm not going to worry about it. You know, I'm not going to like push it hard. If we don't stay in the partner program there, it is what it is. But for the sake of a couple of people saying hi, it'd be a shame to let it go now. But it is what it is. Hold on. I'm just logging in because I have to log into the 2 different accounts. Let's mute that. Open the mod dashboard. You mean on Kick? No, I need you people to go over to Rumble and just say hi. Let me get the Rumble links. I've left the stream running. So on Rumble, they've like doubled the requirements, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but because we don't really use Rumble that much, you could have 75 individual active chatters a month. And normally it's not a problem. But like when Clue dropped everybody over there and said, because nobody else was on, we like had double the requirement last month, so we smashed it. Gmail.com. But a lot of people watch and don't chat. Like we have people watching, they just don't chat. Just get the link because it's still live now. That's the link. If you've not gone and chatted this month, just go and say hi. But if I have to push it next month, I'm just not going to bother because I don't want to like make it hard work. You know, if you've got to force it that much, then it's maybe best to just let it go and just use it as a recording place. Oh, I can't use Rumble. It won't let me chat through my accounts. Oh, okay. No worries. I don't need you to like stay there and watch. Just go and say hi. Rumble, too many commercials. Well, if you have a gifted membership or you have Rumble Premium, then you don't get ads. But I understand most people don't really go over there. So, but if you get a gifted sub, you don't get commercials. But it's not the end of the world. But if you can help me out, it would be really cool. Okay, let me pin that. Hey, Julie. Right, Rebel Mum followed the channel earlier. Christine, Renee subscribed while we're offline. Beauty Bubble TV, good to see you. Taking your seat. Okay, this is going to be a long one. So if we're in it for the long haul, we've got to power through and catch up. Okay. Here we go. Right, I'm going to skip this, but they're all queuing up outside, look. This is like for the Johnny Depp trial when they were all queuing, look.
To the jury.
Oh, no bow today, or has she got a bow in that ponytail? They look like sisters, they do, don't they? They look a lot alike. Oh, she has got a bow. Has she? Yeah, it was a go.
All right, jury's entering.
That lady there with the short, like bobbed blonde hair has been there every single day. Bless her. Probably lives local, does she? God, it's full up. I bet a lot of these are YouTubers, look. Court TV. Press, she's from Court TV, I think, that lady there.
Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw an A, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Hey, Ariel. We've got
morning,
a power.
Good morning. All right. It's nice to see everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the questions again, make sure everybody's able to
20
follow
and
those
21
instructions. Then go a little bit in regards to what our schedule is today. And then we'll talk maybe about kind of where we go after today. All right, so first off, let me get to those questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness. Okay, and so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave you an estimate of the symbol of the schedule. But just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right, and then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there. And then I will today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay, and so with that, we'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the court hearing during the matter now coming between the Commonwealth and the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need a moment?
I do.
No, this is yesterday. We've got yesterday, today, and probably tomorrow to go, yeah. Okay, Joby, no problem.
So, Doctor, could you tell us what is traumatic, sorry, let me start over. Can you tell us what peritraumatic disassociation is and whether it factored into your evaluation in this case?
Yes, that's the kind of thing that you experience when you're going through a very frightening or traumatic set of situation or circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually a recognized, more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example, because that was very traumatic for her.
And did the defendant show signs of peri-traumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim, that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say, that there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
Well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too...
All right, hold on. Just answer the question, all right? Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please. Okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes.
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
Yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
I'm sorry, I have to object.
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision, yes. Decisions.
And the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peri-traumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence, but at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day, she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the
Chai, they're looking like closing arguments would be tomorrow.
events in question. She
Thursday.
had,
Yeah.
I thought, a very good memory for dates and
Miss Salsa.
medications and dosages and times and other relevant details.
Apparently tomorrow, yeah.
And she continued to be attentive and
Points drop
responsive,
on
good
YouTube.
attention, concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, I don't remember, I don't recall, that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first. For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, I don't remember.
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. She woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions, and she wrote down the answer, and they asked her, how are you feeling or what's your mood? And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified.
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told.
She's going to leave him with the record.
No, and she can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention, if you review those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So I'm going to move to strike this, not respond.
No, overruled. A lot.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying, the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time, but you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone. And this was her husband. When he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded on the short call distracted and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
Hey to New Zealand.
When reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future-oriented.
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future-oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
One of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, liked to work hard, liked to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems.
So he's going with bipolar then. What did you say? Bipolar 2, didn't he? He said that the other day.
Disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and the probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion?
Stardust, that's a very good question. I don't know, but they probably need it after this, wouldn't they?
As to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so,
why not?
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
Hey, Google
that
me.
opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is, again, best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And Dr., do you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's saying she was responsible,
PowerPoint,
in
for
his opinion.
I'm sorry?
Move to submit the PowerPoint.
Oh, for identification. Okay, thank you. That may be done. Attorney Ray?
I don't know. I don't know about Patrick and abusive. I think he was. Okay, before he starts, we don't know because we don't live with him. We don't know what it was like day to day. But to me, he appears from my, I've been married. I've got a son, but we don't know. But he appears to me to be like that good all-American guy, hands-on dad. Like, he was doing a lot. Like, a lot of the witnesses have said Patrick would pick the kids up, Patrick would bring the children, Patrick this. Now we don't know. Like, you could, I don't know whether he was abusive. We'll probably never know. Now, he may not have been physically, he might have been mentally, emotionally, but that's not, I think they would have dug that out if that was a factor, but who knows? Only they really know, don't they? Yeah, who thinks it's going to be a hung jury? I do. Or they could just go guilty. I don't know. I can't call it. I think they might go guilty, you know. They've been guilty.
I'd just like to ask you about.
When I say guilty, she's not denying the action. I think they're going to find her criminally responsible. That's my gut feeling, and if I'm wrong, but that's just where I'm going with this.
One of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy of the difference between two statements that Lindsay made. One being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way?
Yeah.
You just told the jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is...
Yes or no?
No.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury is...
Asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
What I intended to say...
No, not what you intended. Can you answer my question?
Here we go.
Yes or no?
No.
Shreddington.
Now, is Dr. Helbrin aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS.
What's
called
that?
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Is Dr. Helbrin aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense? Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when they asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah,
It's 1 year.
yeah,
January 24, you add a year up to January 25, that's 2 years, right?
yes.
January 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained. But and again, you know, normally this isn't an issue. Who cares? But how much money did you make on this case? As they want to ask my doctor, how much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished. But I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to Plymouth.
How much money did you make on the case, Dr. Simple?
Pocket watch him.
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just give us your best estimate, doctor?
300.
Well, let's see. Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000.
Oh, look at that's what 180 hours times 354K. Woo.
And it will
That
be
is
more,
over three.
right?
How
When we
long
get
is that
finished
over?
with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes.
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail video interview of Lindsay.
Well, he's going to try and say he's biased. He could be biased because he's earning a lot of money.
By my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
Correct.
You received the
Donna.
notes.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to say thank you for the 12-month anniversary yesterday of being in the dark set bushes. I don't think I got to say it to you, so thank you, love.
From Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
Yes.
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
Yes.
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
Yes.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct, as you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital.
When was that, please?
That was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness. And so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit, forensic service.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5, okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park, Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Yes, but that's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park, Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah, the guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know
Yes,
him?
I do know him,
All right.
yes.
And he works with Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making threats, that sort of thing, and they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And I did that for a while for Giant Food Corporations.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes.
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put on your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
Yes.
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also worked and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
Yes.
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes.
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
Yes.
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades. And you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons? That's,
well, for example,
wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments, that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments, and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient-on-patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts. Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half day or a full day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I asked you that question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center of
Yes,
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill or Not Kill, That Is the Question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
You had a chance, sir, to give a total of 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. What was that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years, yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision-making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be in the, I mean, that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Continuing on, juvenile, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescence. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir. You wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles, and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision making is an article that you had, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
a number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Life sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again,
Okay.
there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style, and learning. What does that mean?
Come in, ladies.
Handling difficult cross-examination.
well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you...
To a jury?
To a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of...
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You wrote about handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is 25 words or less? What is that basically telling people? How to withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad. Well, you were in college, apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I was his research assistant at that time when I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you, back then?
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written. DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Does mean yes? Thank you. So, make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs. That's part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind, yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the
Where did
case.
you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually.
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or FaceTime or something.
Exactly.
Did you ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Okay. Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Were you with Mac that night?
No,
No? Did you stay in a private house?
no.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in Tewksbury.
All right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Avram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of
Hey,
you,
Jerry.
day number 1, you
Hey,
spend
Jason.
how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
And day number
someone come,
2,
Mama.
you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself, and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number 3, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Avram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10.5 hours, this young lady is in a room, in a
Yes,
wheelchair,
sunshine.
being
Yes.
questioned by you and Avram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired or wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was,
Section, if you could answer.
no, he's not going to, he's going to
No,
use my,
hold on.
I thought we'd heard
When
this.
you ask the
Am
specific
I
question, Dr.
tripping
Key,
it?
listen to that question,
I've
okay?
got the right date
my
here,
question,
haven't I?
sir, was at any time, did you or Avram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes,
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did, and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this.
Sorry, I just felt like I was tripping. I was like, we've heard this questioning before, but we missed yesterday for definite. And we've got yesterday and today to catch up. So this is going to be, we're in for the long haul today.
Interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury.
We missed yesterday, so I'm on catch up. We're doing yesterday and today back to back.
That she knew and was
doing today
able
after.
to conform to the law. She killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder. Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual.
I'll be right back.
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny?
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture, which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, she got all A's, she was hard driving and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her co-workers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation, and a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse in a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews, anything like that?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother, taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that, though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the two older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them. It's the facts we're dealing with. Yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you knew that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay alone or Lindsay with her husband would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things, shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. You know, did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in 22?
Mention it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr. Reddington.
What was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion, but that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on,
We can finish.
Okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here between.
Well, listen, no. Let's see if my question is not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify? You done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said?
Yes, I'm done saying
Okay.
that.
All right. That's good. Next question.
one of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what the.
Okay. Well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug, and stop this drug, start that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October or thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How is she doing?
She was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the drugs that were prescribed.
Let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. Do you know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this starting in mid-October about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes.
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
Correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question,
treated.
sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if
or
I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head. Did you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What
on a
question?
number of occasions,
Sir,
if I
what
might.
questions?
No, well, go ahead.
What questions?
Finish that question, and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes.
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
That's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband.
Tell you that she said that to him?
Yes.
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
A couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children, and Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Huh?
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like, do you have a plan, things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. And this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
If
yes.
the person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, and you just basically move on, give them more drugs, what do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it? How serious is it? Are there means? Is there a plan? What sort of detail is involved, and so on? And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th, and she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
It looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long, and so no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think,
Sorry, that was probably
the
really loud.
LASCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. You're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but
Okay.
there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of that
I didn't
program.
ask you about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
Yes.
A partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
Yes, that's living at
this is
home
like,
in the
oh,
community
this is
and being
yesterday.
treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right. Well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. Is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist advertising that they specialize in postpartum, postnatal issues is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk? Oh, I'm sorry, to the television set?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
Was remotely? So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on Zoom, you're on whatever. I apologize for that.
Yes. Yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that...
I apologize, everybody. I apologize coming in hot like that. I forget that I'm on the little... And I missed B. Tim earlier, so B. Tim, if you're listening, hey.
Her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
Their failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So
I wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island.
Yes.
On this jury, right?
Yes.
And what was the word, the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
Objection.
Yeah, you rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury? They wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Ms. Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties. And so she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might.
Yeah, you might.
If she might be more appropriate for somebody, she might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that point? Do you have any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. Over-medicated. Do you recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
I actually have something in my report, so I
Good.
can read it back
Can
to
you
you.
pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
Yeah, he's good, this attorney.
Exhibit 220.
Points drop on YouTube.
Which ones are you looking for?
220, I guess. Women and infants hospital record.
I'm on page 18 of my report. And
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that the,
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the depression because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. But Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay. Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I got to get the records?
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time, and we'll come back shortly, okay?
All right, please. Good. I close the notebook.
Jurors are exit the courtroom.
All right, we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Court is in recess, please exit the courtroom.
Okay, we're skipping. We're skipping the breaks. Why is it showing us captions and nobody? There's nobody there.
All right, we ready for the jury, counsel? Okay, yeah.
Captions are out of sync. Let me refresh. Captions are out of sync. 3:39.
Reintegrated into society.
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also
I'd look miserable, I guess, if I was there.
This court's now in session to be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All
We are
parties are present,
fast-forwarding.
including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Reddington?
thank you.
You should know by now. We fast forward all the breaks. Okay,
So I now have, sir,
okay, this is yesterday.
Exhibit 220,
on
which would
capture.
be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
We're on day 20. You should know by now, after 3 weeks, that we skipped the breaks. Come on, people.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir,
that are
that
here
there is
every
a
day
history
anyway.
of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things
Really,
like that, right?
Tony, we're going
Yes,
to
I
do it
would.
all today.
And when you were
We're
reviewing
going to get caught up to date on this stream.
this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
Okay. My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she was she couldn't feel things emotionally that. So.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Should have given my kick channel to them like I'm scripted in the nail salon.
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you,
I mean,
yes.
that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
Can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication, recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who, Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2 for the jury, please?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for generalized anxiety disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out and have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the treatment plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back. You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window, he spoke with her, is what you told us, jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the Lock Woods of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate it.
No, I'm just going to ask, sir, if would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right, from the hospital.
Yes.
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
That's correct.
And this was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
Objection.
Welcome in, Dana.
Next question.
No, manner, sorry, not Dana.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir, that she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said I've combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combined 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again.
Yes.
Right? And a zombie, yet again, right?
Yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your testimony.
Okay.
Yes, okay. All right.
I misunderstood your question.
That's all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes.
It was also counseling. She went to the counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
The counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing? Did this woman not want to go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How was it limited?
It was short-term and supportive as opposed to something
Reddington's definitely putting a good fight up for her, isn't he?
where
You can't
in the
deny
field
that.
you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
All
finished.
set?
I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from work.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed?
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just trying to describe how she thinks and feels and behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right, next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible, that's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, Dr. Helbron testified yesterday as it relates to, in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir, to tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you of course ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor and the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah, good. Next question. Go ahead.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
sorry?
Oh, okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids in a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, exercise, or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Callan, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that coincided with the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't.
Okay, so we have the exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury, that you were struggling over, trying to find manic, hypomania? Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety, that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
May we approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Counsel.
know Beachbody was an MLM. I've heard of it, obviously, but not obviously, but I've heard of it. But sidebar. Let's post some sidebar emojis. Where's the sidebar? I'm looking forward to closing arguments. I think he's going to really hammer it home, isn't he? He's still on sidebar. God, it was 8 hours yesterday. What's happening now? I was waiting for a printer.
District Attorney.
I tell you what, for a 75-year-old, he's amazing. Like, I remember when my dad was 75, he wasn't this active.
I asked you a question yesterday,
well,
sir.
He passed away then.
And it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people, and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people, it's quite useful.
Okay.
I would have thought exercise helps. I'm not saying it's a cure, but I would imagine exercise is they say it's one of the best antidepressants. Well, exercise is going to help everybody, surely, to some degree, depending how you do it. And again, I'm not saying it's a cure, but
reference to
gotta help.
Determination as to a manic episode.
Okay, too much kit. Oh, I like that name. Oh, yeah, that's your YouTube name. I was going to ask you what the name.
Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good. She felt on top of the world. She felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
the answer is yes. Can I ask about the transcript for her? She can cover it? Okay. When you were talking with her in Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days.
Yes.
Let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory?
Okay, so she's 999 is the opposite of evil. Oh, I see what you mean. The upside down 666. And 2001 was the year I started using the name. Okay. Well, 999 in the UK is the emergency services, interestingly. There you go. There's always a story. I love to hear people's stories behind their names. I love it.
While they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't.
It's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do. Do you remember saying that this morning?
I do,
sir?
yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition with profound disassociation?
My testimony was...
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
No, it is consistent.
So the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you
answer.
were, but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
You
Did I
used...
read, sir? Hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Helgren told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah, okay.
With disassociation.
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where you your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? And we talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes, there were.
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
There were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I did.
And thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Hey, well,
Thought broadcasting.
see what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
she was afraid of that. And so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right, hold on, please.
I can't be more
The
clear,
question,
Judge.
all right? And then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Helburn's review, all the information in all the hours of time,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Not just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay?
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not that you're not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick.
Okay?
And she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
Objection.
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts? Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, but when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about?
Yes, I believe that's right, yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was at the time of the killings was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible explanations.
I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, that, Counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes, right?
Objection.
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what I'm responding to.
Thank you.
Yes. Yesterday, sir, you were asked, the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum, is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth, or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cut off about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Uh-huh. Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
But would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression? Up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different organizations use.
I'm not asking about outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now it could be something else, and there will be some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So, if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes. And I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
It'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Ms. Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children,
Yes.
and herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If in fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for example.
Let's not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
And my answer would be, it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe that she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something, but in fact it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15
funny,
male,
Jason.
17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the post.
Trying to understand your question, Flower. Do you mean, do we have thoughts that we don't want? Not really, I don't think. I don't think I do. Not that I can think of. Depends what you mean. Depends on what you mean by thoughts we don't want. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Postpartum period exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? A person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir? If you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay?
I'm sure
You
we all
agree
have
that
something at some
a
point,
patient
but
would complain
not a
that
lot,
they're less
really.
able to laugh and see the funny side of life.
Guess I'm
That's
too
a symptom
busy
of
to
depression.
No,
think.
you're going
Could
to
be
tell me it's a
postpartum
symptom
or
of
it could be-
depression constantly, Mike.
I think I'm probably so busy doing other things, I don't really have much time to, I don't know.
Question is,
Maybe.
do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
It's all good.
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say.
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if
Don't.
letting someone
Why is
stopping
laughing?
looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to
You're laughing.
postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did, yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Right, Mama.
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression.
I don't care what I'm asking you, sir. Are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it. Yes. Of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations, yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs,
And
yes,
distorted
fixed false beliefs,
reality.
yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
Yes, she was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
right, and
I don't see that the mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? A-K-A-S-T-H-E-S-I-A, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed?
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change? Obviously, right?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself, semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Lord knows. I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
Correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having, and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
They're symptoms for general depression. They are to some extent symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children, and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And The fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on, they in effect created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to
Well, I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluation should say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children and how that was, how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant. And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection, it's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination.
Thank you, Jennifer Lynn, for gifted a sub. That went to Flowers. No, Flower. Welcome to the Dark Side Bushes.
About the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms. And one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure whether they were prescribing the right medication for her, and even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said that there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation?
Yes, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent, or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
So internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if before all of these medications and before all the treatment, if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer, but as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns, and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, mental health workers Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate, that in all of those records, it indicates that the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, it states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the 2 of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was in fact over-medicated, correct? in the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication is having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure. That's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. Need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Gelada, and nurse practitioner Gelada actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse, but was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication, and she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December, and then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where she looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for, yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy?
To my knowledge, she did not.
You were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis would automatically act on a command hallucination, and you said not be responsible, and you said it depends.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Well, next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's way outside the scope of questions.
Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overruled.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow the Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then you just non-leading questions at that point.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Couple of things. Sir, first of all, counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMPI, to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the categories.
Beyond the scope.
No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overruled.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no?
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it does have an L scale.
That measures if a person, to you as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's much
Okay,
closer
yes.
to that.
The answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on...
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes,
Okay.
I did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the things.
No, not what researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
Thank you, Sea Master.
No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, took a while. You had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. No sidebar.
No.
Yeah, come on.
Right. We skip the breaks and the sidebars. We have a little sidebar image. I think they're going to go on a break. Because we're really on catch up, I'm not going to play this. We're going to skip break straight till they're back. Oh, we've got someone else.
Of why the prosecution expert didn't evaluate Lindsay Clancy for 3 years, not getting in person with her until about 3 to 4 months ago. It's a question I've seen a lot of viewers asking or saying that, yes, it's the defense that blocked.
So Commonwealth calls final witness.
So here's what happened after that sidebar. They took a complete break, the lunch break, and things are done with this witness. When they get back live in court, things are going to start with the last witness. That's a live look, so they haven't gone on the record yet. We will take you there live and get thoughts from trial attorney Michael Jafer after this.
For the jury?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel.
Right.
All right.
We're doing good. We're on catch up. Then we've got Thursday to catch up on. Wednesday, not Thursday. I'm in the UK too, Emma. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Sarah Matt. We'll be doing Wednesday after this, and then we're all cut up. Yeah, they think closing arguments tomorrow, yeah. I think we'll be live for that. We're going to start earlier tomorrow. We'll be live for that one. So the plan is to be live for closing arguments. I want to be there like the first, on time. So we're going to run in time with the trial tomorrow. So we'll be starting earlier. No, we knew it was closing arguments tomorrow. You're fine. Yeah, I'm in the UK. I think they usually get a couple of hours each or something. I'll double check. Life unscripted. I don't know. I think they get up to a certain amount of time. So the women with the pink are there for the Stand in Peace for Lily. Lindsay, sorry. The ladies in pink.
All right. Jurors accurate. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Como?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Satoff.
Good afternoon, sir. We'll start right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. We have a seat.
Please.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Hi. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Saathoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children. I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency, but also forensic psychiatrists can consult to institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the Behavioral Analysis Unit at the FBI and working at UVA and teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was more heavily involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison as I felt that was important, and my students felt that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And Do you know, could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point.
No, overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital. And so.
First, Sidebar.
Sure.
Okay. Sidebar.
You were about to describe a hospital that you had previously worked at, is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that and what type of hospital?
It was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame,
military,
is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
Psychiatrists.
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
We published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine.
Tiger Lady been a member for 13 months. Hey Tricia, coming in from Clues. You're welcome in, Tiger Lady. Thank you for 13 months. Here's to many more.
At that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days,
I think we're about to get raided because I've been listening to the trial and Clue at the same time because I miss Clue otherwise. I think she's sending everyone here, but I'm not positive. So just be prepared for a raid. That would help me greatly if she did, because that would really boost the channel to get verified. We'll get verified if she does, but I can't guarantee it. I'm just very appreciative of anything. Because I understand not everybody wants to watch a trial, right?
this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article?
So I'm multitasking. I've been listening to Clue in one ear, the trial in the other ear, and I actually could concentrate while making a Reality Wins parrot video. Hartley taught me, I'd forgotten Hartley had sent me the instructions in May. Hartley sent me the instructions in May how she makes the videos. And obviously I'm not going to be taking, but it's good to do little clips like Hartley's because I like her style, but I'm not obviously going to be taking Hartley's thing. But she shared step by step, and I'm making a Reality Wins parrot that will talk, a parrot video. So I'm only going to do little bits like that. I would never, like, well, Hartley's Hartley, you know, and I love Hartley.
About?
Yeah.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes, and let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors.
I don't know if they're coming here or not.
That article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine? Did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
I think they've gone somewhere else.
The FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
I understand it. Not everybody wants to watch a trial. It's
now,
all good,
you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is...
right, I'm going to work on my parrot.
It can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations. And so we call those perceptual disturbances. That is oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds, but they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations.
I get it, you know, trials aren't for everybody.
What we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion.
You can always put it on mute, can't
you? And no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself, maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms, but also someone who has a serious mood disorder, or schizoaffective disorder, or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound. And that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SMI?
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient and inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed, and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, where they went to the Cape Codder water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And Doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went, and that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual. So certainly being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with, I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. There are also other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it had started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation, and if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death of, or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
If I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly the symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. Same objection that was raised before.
Counsel, can I see it?
Okay. Let's skip the sidebar. We're nearly finished with this one.
An assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
Too complicated to explain.
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice
It's just a joke,
and immediately
dark
act
side
on
bushes.
it?
Don't read too much into
And why
it.
is that?
I'd like to hesitate
Joke
a
thing.
hearing at this point, Judge, on this.
You have a thunderstorm?
I'd like to test his qualifications to this.
I'm going to, same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes, she said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. One of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left. And so we're talking about a significant difference in time. And those two just, they don't match. So it's hard to, which version is the one that I should consider.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick, she dated Patrick when she was in nursing school. And that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin, and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose, who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so in looking at Dr. Tuff's notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience.
Yeah, if we have a question.
So you've talked about the defendant seeing the provider name Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash. A serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written a prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Well, doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way she described, Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that her she felt like a zombie. It's very, very significantly affected, and certainly while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time. Is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms. And also it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well. And
did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Now, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was a longtime friend from when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in, trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, really talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
Objection.
That may be admitted.
294. And so, doctor, did you have an opportunity to review the Spalding records?
Yes.
And did you see in the Spalding records that not only a psychiatrist, but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus the record, what the records show that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is really, they were really concentrated on the spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into and evaluate the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say, what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day. And a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively. And from then, she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V restaurant in Plymouth, but also looking at, basically making plans to have the food ordered. And she had texted her husband ultimately and asked him about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. Instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So there were a number, getting information prior to requesting a text, sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about takeout, getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am, it's been a long day, etc. And so this reversal in terms of what she told me and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could think of, could remember about getting takeout was 3B. And Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3B. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family, but they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V. And so presenting not just the idea of takeout, but how about 3V? And she had already done lots of checking about distance and the like. I thought was inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and, or what she told Patrick, and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was something that Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3V, driving to 3V, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout. And then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that?
Sure. In your report, you describe Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, a suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December, had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and that you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
Objective as to what he was trying to understand.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose, because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so how many times, how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
I'm sorry?
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was.
Objection. Requesting what she said is the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills, whether she took handfuls or did something else?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection. Leading question.
It's already been answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making, and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned, she, after strangling the three children with the exercise bands, she went up the steps, went to the kitchen, she got a knife, and then ascended yet another group of steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom. And described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely. It was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills. And I found that to be, quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not heard, she had not told me that she had actually crushed medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that they did not have, he didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance?
Finish, please.
I'm sorry, were you not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You done with that answer? All right. Next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
Well, I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or straight that, was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink them. And so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment It's just kind of a laborious process. So, and she also did not, it was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked, and she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs. And
you could just get the back of a spoon and crush. That's what I do if I have to crush a tablet like for the cats. I crush it with the back of a spoon and then mix it in their food. Things like that. Yeah, I've been here all the time listening. I'm just multitasking. I'm making a little video. I hope it'll make people laugh a little bit.
Was
Not
there
about
resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that. The next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan? Upstairs, and she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down, and he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet, but the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there, I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run. And so to make the determination about
I'm going to object to that.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Okay. The baby probably wouldn't, though. Beautiful disaster. An 8-month-old wouldn't really fight much, would it? Okay, Pamela? This is the end now for this one. Then we can start today's.
You may step down if you'd like. You may step down this time.
Step down?
Yes, please. All right. Well, members of the jury, we're going to break for today. All right. And in talking to counsel over here, it is anticipated that the evidence will close tomorrow. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up in regards to that. Now, the way it works in a case like this is it requires, after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments, not tomorrow, but the day after. All right. So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up, finish tomorrow, and then we'll start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right. So I just kind of want to give you as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I don't even want to go where I think about this prediction, but I think it's a good one. So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right. And like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're going to have to apply to this. So you still have to keep an open mind. You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about this. Don't listen to anything about this. Don't watch anything about this. And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions a little bit longer. And so with that, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. We will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay? So with all my thanks, as I've done it all the time, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
Court, all right. Yes, please. Yes, please.
What's your predictions? I think a day, 24 hours tops. Obviously, they're not there for 24 hours. How long do you think it will take to get a verdict? What's your predictions? I think a day.
Jurors have exited the court in this court session. Please be seated.
Anything that we need to address before tomorrow morning?
A week?
No.
No.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
Right, we're going to go over today, but tomorrow for not verdict watch, for closing arguments, I'm going to be live. We're going to be live in the moment tomorrow. So it starts 2 o'clock my time. So we're going to be on it real time tomorrow for something a bit different. What do you think? What's your predictions for? I say no more than a day. It could take all day. I could be really wrong. It could take days. I think a long time. You think hung jury? No, Megan, she didn't take the stand. She didn't want life in prison. Google me. Well, I think, hours, probably. But I'm just going to say a day or within that day. Lottie thinks Monday. So if closing arguments is Thursday, depending how long they take, he might send them straight to the jury room, or he might say, right, come back tomorrow and start Friday. You think a week? I think she would if she's got any chance of doing it. I don't know if they work through a weekend, do they? So say to get sent Friday. I'd say Monday at the latest, but every day for summer, I just can't even imagine doing it to my child full stop. I've wanted the complete opposite, to save his life. Do you know what I mean? And thank you, Tornadoes, for the kicks that you sent earlier. I didn't, I was on the other computer at the time. I think they go home at the weekend. 2-3 days. Wednesday, Thursday, hung jury for petty. Lexi says 2 days. Some jurors will be for this. Be interesting to see the result, and then if any of them talk after. They don't have the death penalty anyway. Yeah, 3 days. Judge likes breaks. Never know the jurors, they could disagree. I think she might be found criminally responsible. I mean, I've got to remember the wording because she admitted to doing it, but it's just whether she's criminally responsible. Hey, Cynthia. Hey, Jay Brown. He's doing a good job fighting for his client, that is for sure. And why not 49ers as well? You sent some kicks. Jury's 80% women. I think there's 12 women, 6 men. But some of them will be spares, so they don't know who will be the spares yet, do they? Not at the minute, Google me. I've turned Rumble off. I think we only need a few more people to comment this month. What I just read, we shouldn't expect jurors to be. No, I don't think. I've never seen a jury on a weekend, but then it's not. I haven't seen every trial in the world either. Right. Okay. Let's get through this.
Our Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
And now we're
Good morning, everyone.
Thursday.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we start, can I see everybody at sidebar?
Yeah, the judge has got. I like the judge. I like him. I actually do think he's a really good attorney. I've not been so impressed with the prosecution. We're in Massachusetts, aren't we? I should know that after 3 weeks. Yeah, now we're on to Thursday. No, not Thursday. Sorry. I keep saying technically I'm Thursday now. It's now we're doing Wednesday. Sorry. I'm confusing things. So now we're watching Wednesdays and then I'm already in Thursday. So I'm just confusing matters. Thursday's closing arguments. So we will be streaming it in real time. So that's 2 p.m. UK, which is what, 9 Eastern? But are the bows mocking, or does she always wear bows in her hair? I'm trying to give her a bit of grace here. What if she always has worn bows in her hair and it's just a thing? If you want to be here. I know, Megan's even further in the future than me. Right, let's skip this. I mean, we could find out this lady's always worn bows in her hair. You know what I mean? Oh, really? Okay. Well, there you go then. I'll shut up. Megan's on Thursday morning, lot.
Here persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. All right. It's nice to see everybody once more unto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair?
Oh, yeah. She said, I mean, it's not a case of was it an accident? It's, in this case, it's is she criminally responsible or not? She's admitted to doing it, but they've got to find her criminally responsible or not, and that's it.
Fair and impartial. All right.
That's where it's
Second
at.
is there any other serious matter or concern
I like
bearing
the
on your
judge.
service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday, and it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel, so it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel, and then we will do, hopefully, arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and commitment in following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Come on. Just stop right there with your right hand to the front, please.
Good morning. Do solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall testify here and now coming between the Commonwealth and the defendant's I shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Tree Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if that the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important, in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so this is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading. I object to have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase that.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there 3 parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the 3 parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand, and of course the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first 2 children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family. Really was would be a burden for anyone, and certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife, but oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. So I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide but struggling with that 3rd capability issue?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam, is not an antipsychotic medication. It's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision-making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect, and I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar II diagnosis seemed to make the most sense given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria or many of the criteria, if she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar II because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned the drug effect, Zoloft had an effect, and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there's some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine, and she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a lay person calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
Well, if someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records, that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think the those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was she did not. I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she never ended up taking that. But as a clinician, we do our best to try and treat symptoms.
So, Doctor, did you see? Doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No.
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
Not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CVS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3B and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement, and according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
Look, we have a question.
Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife, and she did not pick up. She did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond, and so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on. Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this, but by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that her the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to an unreasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, she was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch, and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she.
Okay, I just noticed we've had some gifted subs from. Sorry, I've just finalized the little video I was making. It's not perfect, but it's a start. And I didn't realize I'm going to message Hartley tomorrow. I'm going to have a call with Hartley. Thank you, Lottie, for gifting a sub to Mama T. Why not 49ers and Paddy AF? Thank you so much. What's that? Maybe 10K. What's that? What's that, Miss Salsa? Sorry, I was listening along, but I was on the other computer doing something. Hey, Jamie. Good to see you. It's been a while.
Was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a.
What's the 10K channel? What's that? Hey, Jamie. You on about points? Remember, I've got 2 kick channels now. Is that what you're on about? Hey, Little D. Little D, when we're not on Trisha Talks, we're on Trisha Talks True Crime. So that's why you won't have many points. You still have your points on your other channel. You've got to remember it'll be different.
A lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone,
okay, thanks. Yeah, I get it now. Well, you're talking on a different channel. You're on Trisha Talks True Crime, just to confuse you. It's in the title, love. You're following me on 2 different channels.
By calling her husband back
Oh my, Carrera.
and reassuring him by the fact
Long
that,
time no
yes,
see.
she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so
tomorrow's closing arguments, and we're going to be streaming that in real time. So that'll be 9 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m.
I think the
UK.
phone figures in just in terms of
Hey, love, how you
her
doing?
awareness and conforming her behavior such that the strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Snap.
Move to submit Dr. Satoff's CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection, counsel? All right, that may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, hold on a second, Ms. Reddington.
Here we go. Shreddington is on it. Google point. Claim.
Thank you.
Exclamation claim.
All right, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by June?
Sorry, Zoom.
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
you're getting paid, right?
No, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years.
That's right.
To being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
Well, I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago,
so he's going to now rip him apart and say, when have you worked with women with postpartum psychosis?
I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said. It's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison. Yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming months. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be.
Just want to thank Muscles for just subscribing and becoming a founding member. You'll have a number 1 by your name. It's Mad Dogs Followed and Lexi Texi for the full send. Thank you, love.
I'm civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay,
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
yeah, I know that.
most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present,
Yeah, in the UK, jail, prison is the same thing, isn't it? That confused me at first, Patty. I was like, okay, I think it's, 11 months and 29 days or something like that, jail, and then it's prison, something like that. Someone will correct me.
you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Life Unscripted, for joining the Dark Side Bushes. Thank you.
2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university.
Thank you, Muscles and Mascara, for gifting 5 subscriptions. Thank you so much, love. Who did they go to? Artistry in Motion, Cindy, JP, Frenchy Mum 12, and Love Each Other. Yeah, he's got that Boston accent, hasn't he? Boston. Let's welcome everybody in. I didn't want to do it every time. Look at this. I'm just giving you a heads up. I don't want to do the drama. I shouldn't really put that up while we're doing true crime, but that's connected to the video I've just been making, just to give you a little taster for later.
Welcome to the Dark Side Bushes.
Thank you. Just a little teaser there. Is that everything caught up? Yeah. Make sure you got your badges on and all your bits and bobs. We've got a new gifted sub. We've got a couple of gifted subs. I thought I'd mix it up a little bit. I get bored with the same thing.
We're interested in getting back, and so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And what, were they like thrown out of the university, or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they want to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe.
So these are the students. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay. These are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No.
No, you work for the school, right?
Correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, and the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like, they're the state prosecutors, you get federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I'll
be right back. I'm listening.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was on the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question be stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General. Another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of the Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
That's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes.
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
Yes.
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir? Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force, you're in the assessment unit?
Yes.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan?
Correct.
Crisis Management Unit, Investigative Support Unit, Critical Incident Response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes.
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
Yes.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
Yes.
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, Crisis Management Unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
You talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or even any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. And that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You could put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better publication.
I don't think the Enquirer is peer reviewed, but.
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes, he's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel Garcia, sidebar.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Sidebar. I dropped the sidebar emoji.
Made for the district attorney. Could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Leaving aside peer review article and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute, papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean, levels of risk in women with extremist violence?
I got my usual salted caramel latte. I make my own. Sometimes I get one from Costa, but this is my own. Oh, actually, I did get Starbucks in the supermarket. I got Starbucks in a carton, and it's salted caramel in a carton. I sort of make my own, because otherwise, if you get one from Costa or Starbucks just for one drink, it's like £5 or £6 for one drink, which obviously I'm not going to do that every time.
We're looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be.
Do you mean hurt as in the price? £5 or £6, which would be, that's in money. That would, what would that be in dollars? £5 is about $7. I prefer Costa, but Starbucks or Costa. I prefer Costa, I think. Say £5 is about $7.
Mitigating factors, in other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are
Starbucks
involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay.
You all got your emojis.
Strike that. Using the moral situational action.
That's something I'd just have, like, if there was no other choice.
Violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence and empirical study. Is that a similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
26
I'm
minutes.
sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance of violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest.
Crisis
Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror.
We know where this is going. Have you ever treated a woman with postpartum psychosis? And he's going to go, no.
You wrote that, right?
That's what he's leading up to, I
Trauma
think.
and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yeah, like from scripts about traveling.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Tai Chi.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally, that you published 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis Guide of Psychoactive Drugs and Poisons for the Crisis Negotiation Unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International Handbook of Threat Assessment, right? Yes. Protection of Children During Armed Political Conflicts, a Multidisciplinary Perspective, right?
Yes.
The Negotiator's Guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the Negotiator's Guide to Psychoactive Drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
The Negotiator's Guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus?
Correct. Well,
Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, the negotiators, and they're trying to help people that are being kidnapped
on a bridge, in crisis,
yeah.
Something like that. So,
just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids, a prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
Correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the 2 people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated 2 people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all a correct characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I read your resume, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients, and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Here we go.
Yes.
No.
When?
Oh, damn, he said, hold on. Sorry, I interrupted. He went, yes. I knew this was coming. He's done this with everybody, though, hasn't he?
A woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
20 years ago.
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were.
No.
Wasn't.
In a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there, or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So that has continued really throughout my career, men and women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do a full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications, and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight.
Can I just ask, could anybody honestly say, I think she was in psychosis? Because I don't know still if, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I'm still not sure how you can know, because it seems you can be in psychosis and do everyday things.
Changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period.
That's the bit, yes.
Require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology, and then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago, you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe two, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum. Is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends.
Oh.
Can I just ask you to spell?
I don't know what panel or if they did a panel, but they did say what drugs were in the system. They did take a blood test, so yeah.
Those two drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please.
Carbamazepine.
Yeah.
Carbamazepine.
Okay.
Valproic acid, VALPROIC acid, also known as valproate, VALPROATE. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression. Years and years ago.
Postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum depression?
I'm asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50 or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale. So 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test to this young woman?
I know that Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
right,
from my
they
memory.
increased as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
Right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system.
Jamie.
It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through? The antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines are at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines. It's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like, it costs a couple of grand?
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help, in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function that can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No.
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
Correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Hey, Jennifer Ness.
Yes.
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
In very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you?
Yes.
Is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make, to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take
it? In her mind, it was.
Yeah. And certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash.
Yeah, I don't think Patrick did it. So there's a bunch of people.
In any event. Now, have in mind there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just as to form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, or should you wean it off?
In the case of the Zoloft and the severe insomnia, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes.
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
That's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's in the record, yes.
And she went pretty much immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
And in your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Yes, it's possible.
You're aware that while she's living in her house with her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No.
So as the summer progressed, is it your understanding from Dr. Sadoff's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were not living their best life, enjoying life?
The summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August. Through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home, that first 12 weeks was really quite good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting her prescriptions, such as the SSRI at 25, SSRI increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she in rough shape in October of 2022 after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this item here, I'm just going to kind of move it. In your investigation, and look, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Right?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer or whatever, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote during this period of time, we have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't..." Did you see that?
Yes.
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
Correct.
And continued to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada, yes.
Okay. Now, in your investigation of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to doctor to try to physician shop, to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and Gelada.
I apologize again. That's
right.
My bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people and other emergency room visits that she had, she was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, a psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner Gelada and counselor that worked in that medical field business, Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had the need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences, or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes.
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
Something like that.
And on that day, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away.
Did they help her?
By Dr. Diaz's notes, but.
Did they help her?
Pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
And her concerns about the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms, yes.
Right, and that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told us, Jay?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from Women and Infants in terms of their decision-making.
Okay. And Women and Infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
That's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to TOPS, right?
Yes.
And she did, didn't she?
Yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately? Is that fair?
She attended her appointments, yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. Well, she was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox? She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to healthcare providers.
Did you finish answering?
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Sure.
Okay. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprout School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground, did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors that, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she was going to, she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal, and she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada
Okay, sorry.
She
Nurse
had gotten the
Gelada did it right.
prescription and filled it
You're fine.
from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gelada, I already have a script. I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her health care providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you can form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion as a psychiatrist? Looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, What kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma-aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma-aminobutyric acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain? That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know?
No.
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
Objection.
If he knows, he can answer that.
Welcome,
yes.
Jackson. Thank you for joining me.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree would cause, has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Sit on the chairs. This way,
please. Sweet. You need to know the commands. You've got to put exclamation mark and then the right command together. It won't work. You're not putting the right command in, Sweet. Go to the list, look. I don't think we've got many set up on the new channel yet.
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
All right, Counsel, can I see you at sidebar, just briefly? Doctor.
Right, let's skip ahead. We're powering through.
Back to session, you may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present.
They're not all set
All
up
right,
yet, Pamela.
Counsel, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right.
Unfortunately, you have to have two different kickbots, two different bot rigs, and then you've got to share all the commands over manually. You can't just use the same. So I've got to do it all manually. So I'm working on it. Some of them are dropping automatically. Yeah, you're on the. They're not set up yet. So it's on the second account. You're welcome. No problem. We don't want too many links dropping anyway because it's getting a bit much. Especially when it's quieter. We don't need loads of links dropping too much.
This court's now in
Chat's
session.
just
We
links,
proceed.
isn't it?
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth
No worries.
versus Lindsay Clancy.
No worries,
All
Miss
parties are
Lewis.
present, including the defendant.
Yeah, I can use the same Kickbot account, but you have to have two. So basically, quickly, you have the Kickbot account, but then you have your two Kick channels under one Kickbot, but you still have to do separate commands for both. Then on BotRix, you have to pay for two different BotRix accounts for two different Kick accounts. So, yeah, it's a lot. I'll get there.
All right, Counsel.
Thank you,
You
Judge.
can't just use them on both.
Sir, when we left off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. You recall that question where we broke off talking about the gamma?
This guy's getting a good grill, isn't he?
And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses.
Anything's easier
is
when you know how.
referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the pregnenolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken breaks.
Alkaline sunflowers.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis. When it's too high, we need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken breaks hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA...
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin. The enhancement of the GABA activity, that that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say that's possible.
And that would relate to the capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about, the intrusive, hard-to-control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No. I mean, it depends on the timing. If you're talking,
is the answer no?
At 8 months?
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Next question.
So, did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Well, let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that
when her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah.
Yes, or something to that effect.
Something to that effect. Okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with the broken neck and the slashes and the slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment? What did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. We've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay. So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, for the
And
key.
there was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room
Describe the room
on the floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
Do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops, drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think you used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine tumbler.
Thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
And there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me, yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after painful questioning that they were crushed, you agreed that they were crushed, wouldn't it be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the
Not even
table, on the
tested?
nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
No, she put them in a drink
Not that I
of
saw.
lemonade
There's no
tumbler.
investigation by the
She
police
crushed
to
them up in a
determine
drink
what
of
was in that
lemonade,
powder, right?
apparently.
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in terms
Well, if I tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick, and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes,
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How should mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overruled.
Sleep over?
as I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No.
They came back and forth.
Back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Ms. Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I...
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon me.
This is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so
I did not call the mother.
Call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective at all?
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeat?
It's getting very tense. Thank you, Mrs. Mascara, for gifting the sub. That went to Pam J. Live from script sent it from send if I didn't read that one out. If I did, then I thank you twice. Thank you so much, love.
Repeatedly, every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or the cops to get access to every single medical record that she had, probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
Intense.
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that I would she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her, as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigation, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Next question.
Did you establish a
She
rapport?
took 3 young, oh my gosh.
I believe so.
She was cooperative?
Yes.
She was polite?
Yes.
She was
Quite
pleasant?
struck on
Yes.
YouTube.
And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No, you're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer's
hallucination.
yes. Excuse me.
Yes.
The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, you know, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
That was called raging.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written
I
about
got
that.
an L for
He's
loser.
done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many
On my other
learned
account.
treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Flyby. I'm the flyby.
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing or his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You chose L. You did took the L.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have
you've got the golden L. Of course you have.
Fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Nice try, it means.
That she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Nice try.
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you in your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury and Dr. Satop's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry. I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true. I'm wrong.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that learned treatise? Yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just that some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior? Would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical? Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. Know who authored it. Read it. Well, okay.
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. Let me put the papers over here just so I don't knock them over. So, if we can share that.
You want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay. All right. Well, would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number 1. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
All right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time, that they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internal located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
auditory verbal hallucinations,
and externally located voices are atypical. We cite a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, in that sense, the largest study on this question, Matthew-Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, whenever you were in med school at the time, that's true. That would have been.
Yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did.
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination voice, deep male, commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition or psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question.
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
I'm recording Brittany over on Rumble. She's using Restream tonight. She's actually finally done something different. Grab your points, y'all. So I'm recording it on Rumble. I don't know if we're going to get time. I don't know if we'll get finished on here in time because I want to catch up with this.
Would you agree, sir, based on your investigation, police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews of Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed, that in fact on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control, and when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first, before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan, and after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, you were asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there. I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment, and the like, gathering information. So really, treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I didn't ask about it. He said 2 already. He's already said twice.
Overall, she may have that. Go ahead.
Since 1992?
Yes.
So 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
Nearly
And
wrapped up
Are
now.
there certain common
Post
signs or
arguments
symptoms that
tomorrow.
these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things, though they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances, and generally they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And do those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, and she was so distressed about that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor, in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients. And it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerium, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. You can ask him if he's read
Well, let's hear the question first, and then I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection. Overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
Okay.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, and medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
And doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page that's just been marked in as exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams.
And do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know and say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And she was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I don't object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she'd only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to
Hey, Peggy.
see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up, and so
It's been a lot,
Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that
to be fair, I don't think there's much more of actual this left.
when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul, and then saw Nurse Delata, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider.
Yeah, I think this is the last witness.
Suggested that
Lamictal
could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly, and she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tufts' method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019, but then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It was a difficult time, particularly as he got older because of COVID, but she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tufts, who had a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it. That Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increase to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia. I mean, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tufts tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Objection. Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tufts assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these types of medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines, or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
All right. We can see counsel. I just want to put something on the record. Counsel. here for certain scheduling reasons, okay?
So if you could just summarize briefly what you said that you thought that Dr. Tuft's approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails, communications with between Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs, an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs?
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that, and I would just like to approach, also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes, and if you could just review this note here, and then look up when you're finished.
Yes.
And Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these 2 pages, 45 and 46, as the next exhibit. They're apart from Exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197. You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1-month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels, an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Yes.
And did he then say, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "They are in the basement"?
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And
Started a new
speaking
link
one
on
moment and
Rumble.
then unable to
If
speak moments later.
anyone wants to go there. I started a new
Now, you were
stream.
also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
Yeah, Rumble just wouldn't, it just kept dropping me down, up, down, up, down, so just started a new one.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read, not tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Oh, a bow's got bigger, look. A bow got bigger for the last day. Why are the captions not on? Let me refresh. The captions have got out of sync. 5:15 we're at. We're nearly caught up. And then I've got a video of Reddington leaving court after. Before we finish.
With the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you? And her response to that email was, "I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Satoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him." Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Olga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's about 58 minutes, and I've had it playing on the phone for ages.
All right, Attorney Sprague.
Commonwealth Press.
All right. So members of the jury, the Commonwealth has now rested their rebuttal case. So you have the evidence. All right. And so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right. And tomorrow morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and legal instructions in the morning.
Right, just nearly finished. I'm going to show you the video of him outside the court, and then I might send you all over to my other channel and play BJ for a bit. No one else is on.
And then
I'm going to go on.
the jury will begin deliberating. All right, so that's tomorrow.
Well, I
So
mean,
would
clue's
suggest
not on.
Go
That's
home,
what I mean.
rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so now I've heard all the evidence for the
Play
first
this
time I can say
last
that.
video,
I've
and
heard
then
all
we're
of it.
going to wrap up.
But you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right. So those instructions that I gave you for the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right. Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right. Come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right. And so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section. So we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can and get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right, please. Jury,
Stop that. I'm going to share this other video. So this is leaving court.
All right, Kevin, how are you
Hi.
feeling?
Mr. Reddington, is the misdemeanor possibility now, is that a good thing for the defense?
There's no
I'm
misdemeanor.
sorry, not misdemeanor, manslaughter. I'm sorry.
It gives the jury another option, and it's certainly a positive development from our point of view. Yeah.
Are you concerned though that if we were maybe going to go not guilty, they may now choose manslaughter?
Got to cover the record.
That Brian
What
Anson.
ways that a jury could convict her if they do? What are the different ways they could do that?
So tomorrow you'll hear the judge go through the instructions for first degree, second degree manslaughter, and of course acquittal. And those are the ways that they can convict her.
I'm confused about what Lindsay.
I'm sorry?
Voluntary or involuntary manslaughter?
It would be manslaughter. Massachusetts, it doesn't really make a difference. They're both the same pretty much.
The best thing for women's health ever.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I asked you this morning, Mr. Reddington, what you hope to convey in the closing. You didn't really have an answer. Do you want
No,
to
I don't. I hope to convey that I truly, care and love. I love her. She's just such a marvelous, sweet, innocent person. She's just amazing and so strong and just trying so hard to get up from. She's just been beat down for 3.5 years, and she feels that she's had a fair trial with the judge, and the jury's been very attentive, and all we can do is hope for the best.
You may not answer this, but the women that support her, do you want to say, has she said anything about women raising postpartum psychosis?
She's very concerned, especially as a labor and delivery nurse. She's very concerned about women's rights, the fact that women are pretty much marginalized. I think it's readily apparent. The DSM is a joke. I couldn't get into the social implications in the trial, understandably, but if the United States would take a lesson from Europe, Belgium, England, France, Peru, a lot of these countries, they take care of their women that have psychosis, keep them with their babies, They don't rip the babies away from them and put the women in jail where we do.
Did Lindsay speak when she was outside on the ground? Because it was confusing that the psychiatrist said that Patrick said she did.
I wouldn't believe him if he said in the middle of a blizzard that it was snowing.
Wow.
Okay, so I don't care what the psychiatrist said. You heard that? Well, no, you didn't. Unfortunately, if you were in the courtroom, you would have heard the tape. She was unable to speak. She just moaned and made grunting noises. That's all.
So why would Patrick say that?
How do I know?
Wow.
All right, at the charging conference, you were talking about the investigation, the police. Do you think that's something that you're going to bring up in the closings?
You know, it's a difficult. If you remember back to when I filed the motion for the bifurcation, I was arguing to the judge. It's difficult because a defendant on a lack of criminal responsibility defense has to basically admit that he or she is guilty before you're able to do that. So you're not able to attack the issue of whether or not the government can prove that the person did the case, but that still is in play. They still have to prove that she was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And then if, in fact, she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you get into the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. So that's the dilemma that we have. And that's why I filed the motion to bifurcate. So the issue is, yeah, it's still open and it's up to a jury to decide either way.
And do you think it's going to be tricky for them to understand the criminal responsibility of it all? I mean, we've talked about it throughout this, 5 weeks, but it is confusing for lay people.
It's very confusing. I think this jury, they paid incredible attention to the trial, to the witnesses, to the judge's instructions. I'm sure they will as well. That's how the system works.
Did you know that this case was
can
going
you talk
to?
about manslaughter, the elements of manslaughter, just a bit, because I know we know what first degree is, and we know.
Well, I'll tell you that it's interesting. The whole concept of manslaughter, a little recollection that I have is the Wolanski case, Commonwealth versus Wolanski, way back when you had the Coconut Grove fire in Boston. And I think Boston College was playing Holy Cross, and it was a huge crowd of people that were going to the hotel and then, of course, the bar, an underground restaurant and a bar. And the owner of the place said, lock the doors, don't let anybody in without a cover charge, leave one door open. Place caught on fire. All the people were stacked up like cordwood while he was sleeping in his bed in Worcester. And the Supreme Judicial Court said that a person that acts in a willful, wanton fashion and people die are responsible. And that's how we started the common law concept of manslaughter.
Mr. Reddington,
Kevin,
did you know that
is each death going to be
case was
decided
going to
separately?
be as big and as impactful as it's become?
Kevin, is each death going to be decided separately?
Of course,
And-
each life mattered.
So do you anticipate that they'll come to a different or the same conclusion with each death?
No idea. That's up to a jury. It's now will be out of our hands. When I say our, I mean the DAs, I mean me and the judge. It's up to a jury.
I just want to ask you about the topic of maternal mental health. Obviously, so many women feel impacted by this and by some of the
It's-
testimony that we've heard. Did you know it was going to become so connected to people?
No, I don't think anybody expected that it would strike such a chord. I'm glad it did because it's something that had to be done. And I'm very, very happy that in some way I was able to kind of, as a guy, not knowing much about any of this before I started the trial, but I'm appalled. I'm disgusted with these doctors and this healthcare. It's repulsive what happened here.
Are you feeling confident?
I never feel confident. I always just say, look, I try my case and I turn it over to a jury.
So what do you think is the argument that's going to resonate most from
Don't know.
your point of view?
I don't know.
Sure.
Okay, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right. See you later. See you tomorrow.
All
right. You can.
All right, got it. Got him.
You want to follow him?
I hate this.
Kid's got it.
Yeah.
I can't hear anything. The sound's gone. Can you hear it? I can't hear him. The sound's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Hi. Hi.
I can hear it
Can
now.
you stand like this?
Yes.
Look at the
Oh.
shoe. Look at the shoes.
So sweet. Oh,
Wow. That Lindsay.
yeah. Right there.
Right.
Sending you all to my other account in a minute.
Just real quick, has the judge give you any sense about like the logistics?
I
Are they
can
going
hear
to,
it.
there's a note coming out, or are they just going
Yeah,
to?
the way it works is the jury, and I've had cases where they're out for a week and they don't have any notes. I've had cases where they're out for an hour and they have 10 notes. You never know. It's up to the jury, really. Yep.
And you know if they'll deliberate through lunch? Like, will they bring in lunch? Do you know?
Again, that's up to the judge. Usually they do. They get them lunch. They usually
I'm going to redirect you to
take
my
a
other
break for
account
an
in a
hour or
minute.
so, but that's up to the judge. Well, it's really up to the jury. Once they start, it's up to them.
Sure. Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Yeah, I just had, yeah, that's just, I just have like extra pens and pads of paper and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to be late in here. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are
Where
you?
you been?
I was on vacation.
Oh, okay.
The
That's all right.
manslaughter addition to the jury form.
It's been reduced to manslaughter.
The judge will charge the jury on that lesser offense of manslaughter for them as to what they feel is appropriate.
Thanks.
All right.
It's been reduced to manslaughter. Right. I'm going to send you, I'm raiding myself to my other account because we're streaming Brittany, but I'm recording her on Rumble and then we're restreaming Rumble to Kick. She's finally said she's added Kick to her restream, but she could have added Kick to her StreamYard, so I don't know what she's doing. I don't think she's live on Kick. Rumble's back up. I put a new stream up, but it should be. Has it gone down? Okay, can you rewind it or no? Yeah, the new one. I've took the thing off where you can't rewind it, where you can rewind it. I'm going to send you all over there because I need to keep the eye on the other stream. So I'll see you all tomorrow on here for closing arguments. Let's go and raid myself. Here we go. And then I'll end the YouTube side. This is juggling many balls.